Good morning. Welcome to Friday, the 12th of June, 2026. This is Risk Neutral Trading, RTH session. This is my virtual trading journal. The concept here is that everything I'm watching on my primary trading monitors is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. I only trade live, statistically vetted setups. There will never be a recording or a playback in this channel. These are live trades, assuming that I have a trigger. I also don't overtrade or just make them up. So that's where we are. Now, I don't intend this to be trade or financial advice because I'm not licensed to provide that. And that's not the point. Again, it is my virtual trading journal. So this is a recording essentially for me. And what use would that be if I didn't record my live trades at the moment that they happen? Anticipate them, anticipate setup, the trigger, the entry, and the trade management. So there you go. That's the basis of that. Now, I appreciate very much anybody that's coming through the stream. Like and subscribe. That'd be great. I'm not monetized by YouTube anyway. And by all means, contribute in the chat or, participate in the chat. That's the real benefit here. See a little pop-up down there about even now Bookmap's trying to get into the AI idea. And in that vein, it's important for me to point out that this is a collaboration. This is definitely not intended to be my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing at this moment in my trading, developing my consistently profitable trading business. This is not my way or the highway. Absolutely. So, and also, I have a very, very definite commitment to take no trades off the stream. Everything is recorded. That's why the stream is so long, 7 hours, this RTH, and every trading day, Globex, not today, of course, but Sunday night, Sunday through Thursday, there's a 3.5 hour Globex stream too, because I'm investigating if there's any interesting possibilities for opening range breakout trades for Globex and or Asia. And in keeping with my commitment to take no trades off the stream, I therefore am streaming those sessions live so that if something presents, I can take the trade. All right. That's so here's my initial execution platform. This is Bookmap. I don't know what that's doing, but goodbye. You can see Blue Boy here. This is just a vertical line, boom, that I put on the first print of each session. The reason for that is I can glance left, see this line, and I know that I have the full session in view because this is current, live. This is the first print. There's no question that I'm looking at the complete ETH session from 1700 last night through now. And this is, I'm assuming, to do with a little bit of hiccups that we're having. So let's look at my other main monitor is Investor RT, which is here. So let's look at the numbers first and foremost. And the numbers out today are going to be sort of muted. It's the Michigan consumer confidence, etc. And they're out at 9 o'clock. They only show them as 2 stars here, but typically they do move the market. So let's be aware of 9 o'clock. Of course, unless you've been living in a cave, the geopolitical drama and this story around Iran is all that anybody's been talking and thinking about all night, on. Of course, and that's they should be. Let's hope that this is actually over with, and that this is not just some orchestrated drama or whatever, around other things that are happening this weekend and coming up. So let's hope that this is real. I certainly do, for the people of America and the people of the world, basically, because this drama in the Straits of Hormuz is affecting everybody. Also, I think it's important to remember 4 months ago, there was no crisis in the Strait of Hormuz or the Middle East. There was the continuing drama with Israel and the other actors, Hezbollah and those people, which has been going on for 40 years and was not escalating. So this attacks, the war with Iran and the issues in the Straits of Hormuz is a result of those attacks. I don't know, I don't know what I think about it. And I'm not making any political comments, but you get the point, I guess. So, as far as the news goes, I have two basic news sources: investing.com, traditional economic numbers and events, PPI, CPI, non-farm payroll, consumer confidence, FOMC, those kinds of events, things that, 25 years have been releases that had market auction affecting possibility. Notice that the event title of each of these changes to a URL if you hover over it with your mouse, so you can go find out. If you don't know what the Michigan 1-year inflation expectation is, you can go click that button and figure it all out. Both of these news sources can be filtered for wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you're interested in. Obviously, holidays, earnings, dividends, all that kind of stuff. The other source I use is Financial Juice, and I track it for kind of the opposite reason as investing.com. They have kind of an ongoing live Squawk Box on this right column, and on the left column in their calendar, they do pull non-traditional economic things that might be coming up through the day, which could have a serious impact on our auction. And I appreciate that. Trump's going to give a speech, or something, those kind of things. So I really appreciate that, because in today's world, we are, as traders, our primary directive now, our primary mission is to preserve our account. And the fundamental way that you do that is with risk management. Well, you can't mitigate or manage risk if you don't know what's coming. So that's why I really appreciate that. And I like the Squawk Box feature. So, having said that, let's get on to the pre-market here, which is where we are, right? Actually, we're just exactly on, pretty much hovering exactly over the open. So this has been there's the close, there's the open. Well, there we were, and now we're just a little bit above it. So there's a teeny weeny gap up. Gap meaning close to open. This is the RTH session. This is the ETH session. If I had to look at this, I would say there's the open. I would say that our inventory is pretty much long. So I would expect, if anything, some responsive selling to take profit. And then I think they're going to go right back into a rotational mode to figure out what the hell is going on with this geopolitical story and all the other crazy things that are in the news. Yeah. So this is Investor RT. First thing you need to know here is that in the header of every one of these tabs is the instrument, the periodicity, the chart type, and the session. So you can always see what you're looking at, always understand what you're looking at. This is the micro ES, the micro NQ. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the minis. Excuse me. The micro ES, micro NQ, and my high time frame chart, which is a micro composite, we call it. Those of us who use a similar one, and this is for the micros. This is very simple. These are daily RTH session bars. This is yesterday, day before, day before. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, yellow thing, high and low nodes, of course. These high and low volume nodes are represented by the red and green lines. The values for those high and low nodes are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. This is the market profile, and I do not change this from mini to micro on the two different tabs, but I do change it from the Globex to the RTH session. And this is the same exact layout, but for the minis. What's going on with volume today? I suppose it's all over the place. Yeah, it's high, and we're trading at 375 points per 1 minute candlestick. Okay. Yeah, so there's our slight gap up, about 10-15 points. So let's get over to Bookmap right here. Again, this is Bookmap. If you don't know that, this is the first print of the session for the overnight. Just a vertical line that I put there. You can see I do that on every session. There's the RTH and ETH and RTH and on, right? It's just a cue for me, a visual cue to, if I look left, if I see Blue Boy over here and I know that this is the current market, there's no question that this is the complete context, and I have an understanding of that. That's really important to me. The columns from right to left are the micro composite columns where I manually enter these values. These are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. Then, because this is Friday, it will restart on Sunday at 1700. This is the RTH volume profile and delta. The statistics column, which is very important to me, and I hope to everyone should be. And these are the session prices, which I publish starting at 1700 on Sunday evening, continuously through 1600 Friday. And if these levels would be helpful to you, I share them freely and openly on to anyone that wants them. Just drop a note in the chat, and I'll hook you up. It comes as a CSV file from Google, so it's virus free. No questions there, and you just put that CSV in the cloud note columns or in your indicator data source or your program of choice. This is the book. This is a real important column. This is the complete level 2 book. Resting liquidity or limit orders. And these are the prices. Notice there's no indicator on my Bookmap or IRT. There are only the POC, VWAP for both RTH and Globex, POC for both, and the midline. Those things are below us now, so I can probably show you. Yeah, here you go. So here's the mid, and there's the POC, and this is these lines that come here are just the same data as the price levels, or I pushed from bookmap from IRT to bookmap like the zone levels for the initial balance trade, which I'm working on. Everything else is straightforward. Overnight high, developing value area high, previous high, overnight POC. Some levels that confuse some people are the initial balance high and low because of the naming, I guess. The high and the low, these two flags only represent the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more. So let's do the statistics now. And the first thing we need to do is determine the statistic type for this open. You need to be real careful here what I'm doing because the trade control panel is active. So if I accidentally click over here somewhere, I've got an order in, and this is the live market. All right. So we have to be careful. I have to be careful about that. Now, if we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, I'm pretty sure that's down here below us. Let's see if we can find him. He's hiding under here. He's under one of these levels here, so that's okay. Oh, there it is. Right there. RTH close. What am I doing? So here's the RTH close, and there's the current price. All right. So that would be higher than the close. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high. Means the low is below us. So at this moment, we are higher in range, as we were yesterday, but not by much. So the next, I don't have to change the column title, but should I do that, it's done here. And the reason I keep the column title up to date every day, when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see the title, and that automatically tells me the relationship and gives me the data that I need about the opening type. Next thing I need to do is clear the statistics from yesterday, because we're going to go put the new statistics for today by their associated prices. And we do that with IRT right here. I'm going to see something quickly here. Let me look at something. I'm going to make sure these, yeah, okay. Settlement sometimes doesn't pull through and I need to restart. So this was yesterday. I don't have this update all the time because it's just CPU cycles aren't necessary. So we were higher out of range yesterday, higher in range yesterday, and we will again today. And how does that work? Simple. The system looks at the most recent 1,806 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher in range 560 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight point of control 80.5 times. Overnight point of control 80.5. And right there is just as complicated as that gets. Real important, but it doesn't have to be rocket science or complicated. And I like that part. Now I'm just going to go down the list. So there's the overnight point of control, overnight high, 74.5. Overnight high, 74.5. And that's not typical. Usually the mid is the next one. Overnight mid is 74.1. And that is somewhere around here. I know where that is. That's probably hiding right there. Yep. 74.1. Okay, and what else do we have? I want to get the previous close is 69.1. And we had that one here. Whoops, let's get this one. The previous close was right here too a minute ago. under here. Right there. Yeah. 69.1. What I want to do is a couple of ones that need a special treatment as an illustration. Okay, the IB high is 67, and we know that that's down here somewhere, don't we? Right there, 67.0. And why did I put the initials? Because of the definition. The minute we open today, this flag is going to immediately go above the current price. So it will no longer be down at that level, and I will not remember what the hell was down there. Overnight low, 48.2. What is going on? There. There we go. Previous high is 58.2. Now, these are not hard, fast lines in the sand. These are probabilities or statistics, and I just explained how they were derived, so I hope that's clear. But they are very definitely important and can certainly give you a good idea of how the auction is progressing. Overnight low is 48.2. I got that down there. High, we got that up there. Was previous high, developing value or high. I know one thing I want to do, and that's the previous POC is 66.2, and that's way below us. Way down here in the corn patch. 66.2 POC for the same reasons that I do it on the initial balance. This is going to immediately be way up above us. Okay, that's pretty cool there. That's where we're going to stick. And the next thing I need to do now is something called the TLab snap. And that is this thing here. This is why I don't, this is a great example of my multitasking skills. I need to get this snap all done properly and put in place. Much better. Here, hold on. So there we go. Okay, the TLab snap is something I do every day at about 8:20, and it is this tab. I make a copy of that tab, and I post it in the TLab, which is the Traders Lab. It is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. and continues to be led by him. It's obviously sponsored by Bookmap, but it's each of the Discord rooms are quite different. And in this case, you're never solicited for anything. It is not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. But Tom is a experienced, 48 years trading, started out as a money manager, has a lot of sound ideas about and advice and about money management and risk management and those things. And there's a good crew of people in there. So it's not, as I said, not live trading or trade calling, but it is and it's a Discord room. So it's called the Traders Lab. I was pretty active in there for a long time, and I kind of every day I post the news around 6 or so. And then the snap I just showed you at 8:20, and it's kind of just I think, gratitude, respect, tip my hat, however you want to say it. And so Wow. Okay. A little sneeze-a-thon here. Wow. That's quite the sneeze. All right. So that's the Traders Lab. That's the news. Now, I guess you would agree with me that it would be important to be able to trade with Bookmap. And the way you do that, this is my execution software, is to activate the trade control panel by clicking this padlock. Now, it's active now because it's green and it's open. What you do is you select an account. They used to have it where you select which system you were going to actively trade, whether it's the Dome or the chart, but now it's this account. And what I'm doing, and I'll explain in a minute, I want to get this done, and the number of contracts that I intend to trade. Now, the reason that that is a Lucid account is I needed to de-risk from my live account. And the only way to de-risk from 2 micros is, that I can figure out, and still be able to trade meaningfully and take payments, is to do, leverage live the 5 evaluation accounts, which is what I'm doing. It minimizes my risk in my investment, so the return on investment is maximized, and it de-risks completely. So that's what I'm doing until I get this the hedge project or trade management strategy completely nailed and worked down. Worked out and nailed down. And that's what we're going to do. So that's active. I have all of my metrics here. I have cancel and close on the top, so I don't need to look at the panel anymore. But remember that when this is green, this column right here is deadly dangerous. You accidentally click over here someplace, whether you meant to or not, and you got a trade or an order on. Absolutely. I wish there was a way to, a hotkey, like you Control or Alt or something to activate that, but I haven't figured it out. I haven't found that there is. So there you go. And once we open, I'll put the new RTH Blue Boy on the opening print. We're going to open here in a couple of minutes. Hopefully these columns will reset as they're supposed to. What else do I need to go? Oh, yes, I need to make sure that I've got the hedge side of my strategy activated and the correct number of contracts. That's correct. That's that's the account. This is the minis. And okay. Open here in about a minute and a half. All right, we're going to open in 15 seconds here. I'm guessing that everything's okay. Seems like it. we're off. I'm now going to switch my IRT from full session to the RTH session. And notice that this contract expires 6/18. That's next week. So this will be the last trading day. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to check with the CME, but I'm relatively positive this will be the last trading day for the M contract. Let's move on here. Come on. There you go. So now what we're looking at is yesterday's RTH session, today's RTH session. There's the gap. I'm not saying that gap means much, but there's a lot of people look at them. I used to use a different concept of the gap. Here you see us open, and there's yesterday. Based on the euphoria of the potential. I can't stress enough how I hope that this is serious and sincere, not some, reality TV type propaganda thing. Would be really disappointing. And now you can bet they'll try to coordinate things to get as much mileage as they can, and I suppose that's normal. But, if you know what I mean, I hope it's real for all the people that are suffering everywhere in the world. Okay. So there's our RTH sessions only, expiring on the 6/18. So this is the last day for the trading the M, I believe. I usually roll them on, typically I'll roll on Sunday afternoon so that next week will be on the new contract. But let me investigate that with the CME. I just didn't get there yet today. Been up since 4, a little after 4, so yeah. Let's save it. I don't have too bad a lag yet, but any lag is no good, but so here we go. Now, what did we do? Well, here's the POC zooming up here and back down again. These are those session or the strategy levels that I was talking about that have now pushed across because the regular training hours has started. This is a strategy I'm working on for initial balance. High, previous high, IB high, IB low, and these percentages. So that's what that means. And now, drum roll, please. Let's get Blue Boy out. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And we want 30 here. Where did 30 go? And we want to make sure we're outside the active data column. There we go. So we've got Blue Boy on the job. We can rest easy now. Remember what I said about the IB low and the POC and the IB high. So that's why these things are put where they're put. And why I always put the initials by them. And the mid needs to get up here. A couple of things that need to be, I hope are obvious, but this is live data. So before the open, these things can change. I'm not cheating here or, rear view mirroring anything, but I want these values, since this is a permanent record of my trading and my journal, I want these values to be accurate. So if, In this case, the POC is fine. The mid was a little off. There's previous low. This is going to be a developing value area low. Close, IB low. Okay, we've got the overnight high, and yay, yay, team. And here are the high and low volume nodes in the location, in the recent, in the area from the micro composite. There are 5 minutes now, and see how Blue Boy is off by quite a bit. Let's just get that out of there. Remove that drawing. Let's put a new one on there. Try to get it a little more accurate. I realize this is stupid. There we go. There you go. Well, there's a little responsive selling, but not a hell of a lot, huh? Swing low, swing high. So now we watch, we narrate. I can start doing the data analysis in a little bit here. The first vetted setup that I will be working on is the initial balance from Edgefield data. That's what these lines are. And we remember the definition of the initial balance from the pre-market. The IB low and the IB high are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour. Obviously, if we go lower between now and 9:30, the low will be extended. We go higher, the IB high will go up. I mean, it's just a marker of the high and low of the first 1 hour. So there you go. Hey, Anthony. Good morning. Or Anton. Whew, sorry. Can't even read. Hey, Anton. Good morning to you. Quite a interesting, yeah. We've got Michigan at 9 o'clock, which may or may not have much impact. And I think probably all the news is going to pale to this geopolitical story. And hopefully it's not some grandstand reality TV thing they've cooked up, that it's real. And it seems that it is. There's a lot of contradicting from Iran, though. So don't know, The supreme leader called me and we had a nice conversation, and Iran says, nobody called anybody. What's this guy talking about? Yeah, so I don't know. In other words, same old. I hope it's nice over there in lovely Boca. It's 27°C over here. Did the Globex stuff pretty diligently now for the last 2 weeks, and no trades. The couple of things that are happening, I'm all set up to do the hedge on them, but nothing's happening because I'm not thinking that there's any opportunity available to me or a consistent opportunity in the Globex. In other words, 5 to 7 or 17 to 1900. There is almost every day in the Asia Open. The problem I have is usually the opportunity presents itself after, later in the session, and I don't have the horsepower to stay up 24 hours a day anymore. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but that's where I'm at. That's where I am at the moment. Early morning today, 4:30 for a little after 4. So That was fun. Maybe not. It's actually better. It's the best. I mean, it's tough getting used to that, but it's the least evasive on the stream in my trading, because she's, have her out to her job at 6. I'm back 6:30 ish, and then ooh, look at that. Well, that was definitely. What do you guess that was? I'd say that's some news. Man, they're going to be all over this Twitter shit, I'm sure, or social media or whatever it is. Yeah. And also there's that freaking IPO today. That's going to be a big deal, I guess. I don't know how it won't affect us, I don't suppose, but what a scam. That guy, I'll tell you, you got to hand it to him. Boy, he's got it working. No question about it. It's a real shame that, never mind. We're going to, these contracts expire 6/18, so I'm thinking that probably I typically my rollover's on Sunday. This is likely the last day for the M contract. And I don't remember the next one, to be honest with you. I'll check that out in a minute, though. I see I've got a little hiccup going on over here in the data, and I don't see that this is doing anything meaningful. I guess, the lag 70 seconds. So, well, that's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun. Maybe not. Iran leaked terms do not match written agreement. Truth Social. Well, there you go. Why doesn't he just say, I really, really don't think it's a good idea that we're conducting policy on Twitter, or these social media crap and all this noise. It's pretty weird to me. But I'm pretty sure one thing, nobody cares what I think. That's for sure. That's for sure. Well, we did tag out the overnight low, so there you go. And we've pushed our range out now at 82.25, so 40 handles, basically, on the opening, the IB. Jesus. Welcome to the stream, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, if you're not familiar. Everything that I'm watching here is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. I only trade statistically vetted setups. I trade live. I trade real time. You'll never see a replay or a video or any rearview mirror. Oh, I did this and I got long there and I made all this money there. Any of that crap here. This is an actual trading journal of a trading business, and it's not a my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing, and I really welcome suggestions, comments, ideas. And Ton has had a really great contribution here, a lot of different things, but one of which is this the hedging trade management piece, which I'm working on developing, he uses frequently daily. So yeah, it's great. We're gonna be rich. Of course, if you'd like to send a lot of money, and then I'll just shut up and let YouTube pay me. I don't think I got much chance of that. Well, so reality TV persists. While the world is suffering and people are dying, and be sure you remember that 4 months ago there was no crisis in the Straits of Hormuz, or oil, or fertilizer, or supply chain, or the Middle East. There was no difference. The typical Hezbollah, Israel, that stuff has been going for 40 years. Maybe that'll get taken care of this time around. Okay, but it's important to remember that there was no crisis there. I don't know how long this has been going, say 4 months, 5 months ago. That's important to remember, I think. For me. Remember, this is my journal, so I'm talking to myself most of the time. No, not at all. I haven't listened to one of Tom's streams for a long time, frankly. But cool, I hope it wasn't. What a douchebag that guy is. And actually, if that's the way he feels, I'm sorry, but that's the way he feels. And I will continue to do my couple of little snaps in there and my little bit here on this stream. A little plug for them. I do think there's been a lot of value for a lot of people, myself included. I mean, if you stop and think about it, which I point out in the pre-market here, which you probably don't hear. This stream basically is a result of Tom's advice, not necessarily to me, but to everybody there. Narrate your own market. Pay attention and narrate your own market. And I took it the next step. Well, yeah, that makes sense. And I'm not going to be yucking it up in a Discord room all day long. And also, I think it's a little different for me because I'm using OBS in the stream simply because I don't multitask well, as you know. So, yeah. Good. I used to listen to those at night to go to sleep, and somehow I kind of got off that when I started getting Hogard and those guys for live trading. I'm really, one thing I do, as you know, one thing I do find really important and is kind of a cutoff filter for me is live trading. If somebody trades live, real time, I'm interested to watch and hear. If it's rearview mirror, I did this, replay that, here's a video of this, let's watch what I did, and let's use trading view, and I got long here and I got profit here and I got short over here. I'm not just, my eyes glaze over and I just move on. Unfortunately, it's probably unfortunate. I probably miss a lot of good content, but that's where I'm coming from. Oh well. Cool. And I appreciate the TLab, and I meant that. I do mean it. You, there, Garrett, Rod, Ned, a lot of good people in there. One thing I will say, I like this environment for my trading and for my development. If I start reading the TLab, I'm distracted and not paying attention, and I'm starting to think what Furs is doing and his way of trading isn't mine. So, that's not a good idea. For me, only for me. And there's a lot of people in there that I'm sure have become quite profitable and just love it and works perfect for them. So that's great. Absolutely great. I'll tell you what I'm getting disappointed about is this frickin' lag story going on with IRT over here. I'll reset at the top of the hour, or reboot at the top of the hour. That seems to unwind its knickers. I'm kind of like you, though, you know, just like you're were mentioning, spending all your time chatting with Google over the weekend or the other night. If I pull up the Armory crate now, you're going to not see any major CPU drawdowns or GPU drawdowns or RAM or any of that crap. So I'm not really sure, other than it is specifically the program itself that just can't keep up with the data, can't calculate up to the data flow, I guess. And I take it to the next, I'm talking about IRT. And I believe that's because it doesn't multi-thread. It's just a single thread system. Because it was, you know, done, I think they built it before there was such a thing as multi-threading. I guess. I don't know. Disappointing. One other thing about the Globex streams that I'm looking at, perhaps it's the instrument. I have noticed that the guys that, those Edgeful guys, that one in particular that sort of does the, regularly trades the Globex and or the Asian opening range breakouts, he's never looking at the ES. He's always talking about the Qs, which is NQ, or well, SPY is the ES, but usually it's the Q. And so what I've taken to do to test out that idea, I can't get over how easy this thing is to use. I can easily flip, here's the NASDAQ, because I was looking at this when I went to bed, right? So I can easily flip instruments here and see if the setups are working out. For example, here's a perfect example. This is Asia last night. Well, there's the breakout. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's the breakout. It retraces back between the 25 and the 50, which would signal a short. And there you go. Doesn't get back to the stop, and there you go. But again, by the time this happened, this is, you know, well, that's pretty close on when I leave, about 8:30. So that would have been in the ballpark. But big difference in the volatility, and I think that might be a big factor. Well, right here, there's a 271 point initial balance right now on the NQs as we speak. Yeah, as we speak. I want to make sure it's on the right window. 58 points on the ES. So I think that might be part of it. And it could also be because I'm just older than stinking. You know, that's also a part. I'm going to be right back. All right, back. What happened? Well, IRT is down to 2-3 minute second lag. Now none. Okay, cool. Well, we're coming to the top of the hour. Well, I know one thing I'll be able to do. Oh, good. Yeah, he's. I wish he traded live. I mean, I know he's never going to do that, but that would be really. I mean, on the stream, you know, that would be really. I think that'd be fantastic. And really, yeah, beneficial for me too. Because I think that's what counts. Yeah, we've talked about that enough. Oh. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't, yeah, I might do that like when I'm just listen to something like, listen to it when I'm going to pick up or coming home from dropping off Tam. That's a good idea. Well, this is some news going on, or something's happening here. Oh, that's 9 o'clock. That's Michigan. All right. Football. Well, we're back to the just no level. I mean, this is just this is the 50 mark on the IB at the moment. Nope. This is the 50 mark. Yeah. There is an ATR right here. Boom. Right there. Also on these, this is an ATR down here, and there's an ATR on this one. I actually have on this old coded up thing, I actually have a code filter which I can put in here for filtering the trades based on the ATR or as a percentage of the ATR. Now that I shot off my mouth, let me see if I can actually show you. Yeah, that's why it's hard to explain, I guess, but there you are. There's the ATR period and the ATR limit and the smooths. So this, I can use these VPound variables as filters on the entry stuff if I want to for this particular setup. And that might have come across because I try to use a similar back office thing for the other stuff. Let's see. Maybe I'm full of crap. I might be lying to you. Let me see. Come on. Yeah, well, what this has is this doesn't have the ATRs in here. Oh yeah, right there, ATR 14D. That was a different idea, but yeah. And that's the reason I like this, that I'm trying to develop and this hedgeful thing is it's based on price action and data, you know? These percentages for these zones are based on the initial balance. Now, I also have an initial balance range actual OR. Right now we're at 58.25 points. Well, that ought to probably be too big. I can set a maximum so that it won't take a trade if this thing is, ridiculously wide, for example. And that was my thinking with the ATRs. And right now the ATR down here on the 14 minute is 19.5 points. If I did this right, let's check. Let's see how this is set up. If I can do it, there we go. Come on, there you go. So this is just one bar back. It's only looking at that one. I was trying to get a current ATR kind of thing, rather than the 14 period smooth and all that on this one. Well, back to the scene of the crime. If you're a bar breakout guy, here you go. There's a perfect consolidation. And here we are, breakout and retest. Don't find that at all meaningful with this kind of breakouts, but yeah. Yeah. I have not been able to. I mean, there are some people that use ATR for stops. I've tried to do that. I guess I don't really actively use it in trade. Like, for example, these trades that I'm looking at now and set up and that I'm going to apply the hedge on, this IB thing, not really. The ATR is not really involved. And perhaps it should be because of this dramatic, these dramatic ranges we're having. Which is pretty freaking crazy, even if you say it fast. Oh, okay. How did, by the way, I guess you're having good experience with your computer being hardwired to the switch, right? That's really great. Now I'm seeing Apple computers pop up everywhere that I searched a couple of Google times from this to those M4 things, all that. I'm seeing lots of stuff on YouTube and whatnot about it. It's pretty amazing how they've tied all this stuff together. I wonder what will happen, if anything, about this freaking IPO. I think it's the bottom of the hour here. I don't guess it's going to affect us at all. I also want to make sure about the rollover. I know it expires the 18th, but I want to see if the rollover is what I think it is. Yeah, we'll roll them the 15th, which is Monday, exactly. So I'll roll Sunday afternoon for Monday's trade. Boop. Right there. Where is it? Right, somewhere right there. Oh, no, 6. Let's try the 6 instead. There we go. Boop. And that's Monday. It's going to be, we're going to be in the U contract, right, for September. Oh, bummer. I'm sorry to hear that. Who is your service provider, if you don't mind me asking? I'm on AT&T fiber here. Just curious. Got no idea. I mean, I got nothing brilliant to say one way or another. Just curious. Well, closed the gap, and now they're past the gap and back up to the other side again. Wow, that was quite a deal. If you're taking advantage of that, good for you. I better start looking at data. We're halfway or getting there now. Okay, let's get to the correct thingamajigas here. Well, using my basic new concept here, this is the opening range. I don't want the opening range. What am I doing here? I want the initial balance. What's wrong with me? That's from last night. Same thing, Barry. So the standard opening range for is, as it always is, MES 6 months by weekday. That's the big one. Friday's killer, 92%. We're gonna single break. 8% we're gonna double break, and 0% we will not break. That will stay in the range. So 92% we're gonna break out. One side, only 8% we double break. On Friday, on the MES, looking back 6 months. That's a pretty big deal. Let's look at the rejection story, which I like a lot. Now, I gotta change the stuff from last night. Friday, boom, none of this yet. Okay. So, what have we done first? I think we've put in the IB low first. I could be completely, no, the IB high is put in first. And it remains high. And we remain, at this moment, we remain low. I would say they're going to, high possibility they'll take out the IB high, which would mean that the stats would flip. At this point, we are the IB high first, so the most common probability would be to single break the IB low. Just saying. So, IB high formed first. 27% will break the IB high first. 72% we break the IB low. On a Friday, on the MES, looking back 6 months. So with these statistics is when I have to start thinking about front running or not. So we'll let it cook here for a little while longer, and we'll be able to get the closing the ending zone. And also I have noticed and pointed out here in the stream, I think in the day stream, I know on the Globex stream, how, we put in the high first, the Globex high, the IB high was set first. So the preferred or the most suspected culprit for the single break, as we've seen over here, is the low. 72.73%. Several times in the last several sessions, that has not come to pass. We've taken out the other one. We've taken out the first formed, which I don't know what that means, but it tips the data on its head. And this is where that ending zone comes in. Because if we close the opening range or the initial balance range, period, the first 1 hour closes, and we're above, we're in the 25 to IB high up here, zone. That's the 75 to 100%, and that changes the data around. The way that those zones are assigned are opposite the first formed level is the 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. So that makes a lot of difference. But I couldn't, in good conscience, front run this because the data, until something changes. Another thing that can happen, that happened once or twice, we've got 15 minutes to go. If the price goes up here and takes out the IB high and extends it, all of a sudden that whole data and sequence concept is flipped on its head. All of a sudden the first level to be formed is the IB low. So I just don't see any okay, yeah, I used AT&T because it's the only one, and that's just what happened. Exactly what I was just talking about. We just exceeded the IB high, which means it's now been pushed up here because it's not 930 yet. And all of a sudden now the first level formed is the IB low. So there you go. But now the statistics flip on their head right here. Yeah, we got... the only way to get high speed 5 gig or better over here, there's not Google, Google wasn't over here, so the best I could get, and I actually used the connectivity maps in the house search before we came across and when we got here to rent. To be able to get AT&T, which is the fastest fiber. So there you go. I haven't done this in a long time. What do you call it? A speech? This sucks today. This completely sucks today. Here's what I just ran the speed test on this trade machine. There you go. Those should be 10 gigs or some stupid crap, I'm paying for. But that's just ridiculous. Now, well, I don't know now. Maybe this is the one I was looking for. God, what is all that crap? Yeah, this is bullshit. It's supposed to be way over that. Better than 256K, but not what I'm paying for. So there's that. And that should, the amount of computers and traffic I'm doing here should have nothing to do with that, I don't think. I mean, this one machine is pushing. It's running OBS, it's running the stream, it's running my 2 trade platforms, and that's all. Well, and Rhythmic, of course. Well, it needs to be enough for this big data that we're getting to be, up to be current. You don't want to have any lags. So that's all I know. Don't worry about my internet connection very much. Maybe I should. What I worry about is this, the processing and the lags, especially with IRT, which I complain about all the time. And as I babble here, we're at 9:21, so we have pushed now the opening. The IB high has been extended, so Rod's IB30 has come to pass. I figured out a way to test the stats for the IB30 too, by the way, using Edgeville. So yeah, now we're pulling back. Now it's flipped on its head and we're pulling back to the 25% zone and actually on the way to the 50. This could be this could be reasonable in my opinion to front run. We're, basically 9 minutes left, 8 minutes left before the IB sets. We're down between the 25 and the 50. The rejection, we're 78.5% that we're going to take the IB high in this configuration. And this would be reasonable, in my opinion, to take along, especially because there's a lot of meat on the bone. 12.5 to 27, right? That's 15 handles. I'm going to wait for the traditional I don't know. Oh, Ethernet. That's my hardwired Ethernet. Nothing in this office is Wi-Fi. The only Wi-Fi is our phones if somebody's doing that, and Tam uses Wi-Fi in her room on my old trading machine. So that was Ethernet. It's supposed to be a hell of a lot faster than that. Sorry, I didn't see that. And I haven't reset this switch for quite a long time. I usually do that every weekend when I look for updates and reboot all my machines, clean them if they need that every weekend, and then reset the updates, or pause the updates for 7 days on Sunday, so I don't get any, in the middle of a trade. I laugh so hard. Well, I don't laugh. I feel bad, but some of these people that you see them come on and they bitch about, man, I was in a trade and my computer updated. It's like, well, dude, maybe you ought to pause that for the weekends or something. Yeah, now we're down here. Now we're pushing. So here's the 50. There's the 25. There's the IB high. This would be a likely suspect for the hedge, I guess. Gonna close in. I'm really torn between, FOMO boy wanting to front run and the statistics saying you wait for the statistic to be set, you wait for the retest, and then you act, because that's what how the data works. There's no data that says anything about front running, other than there's a 78.57% probability in this configuration that we're going to take this out. Oh, thank you. I didn't know you were up, baby. I was glad you went back to sleep. When I got back from dropping Tam off, Mom and the cat were back asleep in bed, so I pulled my chin-up bar off the door and closed my door here so I could be quiet and have the stream up. And now it's going to go ripping up here, take the IB high, and I'm going to be pissed the rest of the weekend that I didn't listen to myself and go long. I think Tam's probably changed the... I know I had a profile on that machine, and I know she deleted the profile, I think, to save space or do something, and I don't think I know the password for that machine anymore, so I can't go in there and let you know what the Wi-Fi is. And she's at work, so... Now the closing zone will have an impact on this. At the moment, it would be the least impact. Again, favoring the IB high. Look at what that closing zone is here pretty quick. Well, it's either going to be in the... Ironically, though, the bias for the day is going to be short because of the way this is loading up. Where our opening candle was. Yeah, all right, man. Well, have a great weekend, and I hope you're making money trading. Nice talking to you always. I appreciate it. Very definitely. And thanks for the heads up on that TLab stream. Nice to hear. There are some people in there that really contribute a lot. Ned, for example, organizes all the documents and all that kind of stuff. I just basically provide the session prices all the time and and those snaps every day. But yeah, there's some people in there that really do a lot of stuff. And there's some new guys that I don't even know, like the Greeny guy. He's all, when I happen to cruise through there, he's got all kinds of back testing and coding this and that and something else going on. A lot of people there, I have no idea at all. Oh, look at here. See if that changes anything. Nope. It shouldn't have changed anything, but it didn't. So if we close in this range, will be the ending zone 25 to thing. So let's do that. And it shouldn't change much. Well, even more so. There's an 85% probability we're going to take the IB high. When the IB low was formed first, on a Friday, on the MES, looking back 6 months. So, front running was probably a valid idea. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Hi, Panda. Don't start meowing. Every time Dad's getting ready to do something, you come in here giving me the Wookiee stare. Don't. Let's see what the retests are going to be, the retracements. So you see, now here's where I always have a real question. 75% retracement to 25, 62% retracement to the 50s. So if I wait for the breakout and the retracement, I'm going to hold closer to the 50 for an entry. Put my stop at the 75. That's the plan going forward. This doesn't look like it's having a very good day over here. What the hell happened to... There we go. What happened to that? got a hammer or a doji or whatever that thing is over here, a shooting dildo or something, or a collapsing dildo. I don't know what you call them. Way back in 1999, when I came over here, moved back from South Africa to be able to trade, I thought this candlestick thing was the greatest thing since sliced bread. I bought Nissan's book and all that stuff. I have no idea what happened to all that, but I don't have it now. I'm pretty sure of that. Well, we're past the Great Divide, so we're in the thing. So now we need to break out and have a pullback, or they get down here someplace. I'll be really seriously thinking about a front run. Panda, come on, Dad's trying to do something. I know, you think I'm stupid and that there's only one thing important in life. I realize that. Yeah, okay, great. Thanks a lot. Panda, what? 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 Okay, napping. Napping with mom. What? Can't go around the house. I'm half tempted to put one on anyway, but that 62% retraced to the 50. Now, Panda, I know, stand by. If I took a long from here with the hedge, targeting the initial balance high, that's enough meat on the bone to just call that the target. You know what I mean? And here we go. Here we go, pulling back to the DOC now, and who knows what. I'm real tempted to just put this trade on because I am so freaking tired of just standing here being Mr. Patient Boy. Yeah. The stat and then the retest, right? Yeah. Well, of course, when this kind of thing happens and I'm talking about going along and then it goes zooming up here 25 handles or something, I'm cussing myself all the way up, right? Then that's because one of our cute little idiosyncrasies is, monkey boys and girls, is that we don't remember the bad stuff. We always remember when we moved our stop and it worked, that kind of crap. Monkey boy to the rescue. And this is going to be one of those times. There's 12 handles right there. I get the logic about the front running. If we're down here at the 25 and there's a 70 or 80% probability that we're going to take the IB high in this configuration, why not trade to that stat? You could always trade again on the retest, the retrace, but and now what's all this tomfoolery about? Well, there you go. Whatever that was, took the stat, and I don't know. I have no clue what that was about. I'm guessing news something. That's a real problem at this moment. Well, there's the stat. There's the initial balance high. And it didn't pull back anywhere. It's just to the previous high. This is the 25 and here's the 50. So the retracement says that between the 25 and the 50 is the optimum get on forward, because it's 76 or something retraced to here and 60 something. Let me look. 75% retracement to the 25 and 63% retraced to the 50. I don't see any retracing going on here, but now I have to be ready to go with the get my little self all organized with the hedge story here. I'm sure this was to do with, oh wait, let's make sure the music, and yeah, it is. I don't want to think about it anymore, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to wake up a little here. Let's do some... I don't think there's any news. No, I'm just Michigan. All right. Now what I was going to do, what was I going to do? Oh yes, the hedge. What am I thinking about? Where'd it go? There we are. Why is this not fitting on the window? What the hell's going on? Okay, that's what's going on right there. No, that didn't work either. Oh, what the hell's the deal? Well, now Windows has decided not to be nice, I guess. Man, this is not fun. Okay. Shit, man. What's going on here? Well, I'm going to say I'm just going to pick a hedge entry at 74.05 and see if that comes to pass. I got to get the numbers typed in here, so I'm sort of ready to go. And that's going to be a long, not a short, I think. So that would be a 72 based on those 12 lots. 05. Oh, that's not very good. 05 to 97. How many points is that? It's 8 points. That's one thing that the 2 lot or the 3 lot stop, you know, the 12 tick or the 20 tick. There's 25% we're getting to now. For the hedge, that's in this volatile markets, that's a pretty tight hedge trigger. Basically there. Well, there's 25s coming. I better get ready to shit or get off the pot here, I think. What if I do 7402? 02. Where does that put the stop? 99. Still above the... It's still above it. I guess I'll just have to play it by ear. What I'm worried about here is that I'm going to fumble the ball on the getting the hedge on with all these different windows and crap I got going on, trying to get it figured out. We'll see. Well, yeah, you can see how much heat map I use. There's one. So, yeah. And I look at some of these folks who I like and everything. There's no freaking way I can even see what price is on what they're trading. Well, I better start thinking about a long here. And the hedge, it's kind of hard to do this, but wow. There's the 50. Oh shit! I went the wrong way. Can you believe it? After all of that, I clicked the wrong damn direction. There we go. So that's a 98. So we got 74.98, 95. And 95. And we'll see what happens with the hedge story here. A, if I get triggered in, and B, if it works. That's awful close, but we'll see. I can't believe after all this time I clicked the damn button the wrong direction. So there's the hedge, and didn't take me in the hedge on the other side. I didn't catch the hedge on the mini, both at the exact same price. That's disappointing. Well, it is and it isn't, I guess. And why is it only a 10 lot? It didn't fill me. Oh, this is not fun at all. Well, I don't know what to do now other than just kill it, I guess. Let's see, I need to get a stop up here at break even. Here, I'm going to flatten this thing out. Boom. I don't know what's going on. And cancel these orders. Cancel. Okay. Well, that's a cluster. Cluster. How the hell did it only get in a 7 lot? Is this thing done something weird? 5 lot. It just didn't fill 2 of the contracts. Well, my. Okay. I made $100. Screwed up right, left, and center, but I made $100. And had I not done the token puke over here with the wrong buttons, it had been so long since I traded, I got my buttons backwards, right? But recovered quickly. I would have had. Wow. That's pretty weird. That was one I had not thought of. What happens if you don't fill? Look at this, 50 to 75. Wow. That's I'll be real interested to see those trades. And the way I do that, by the way, for the sake of the stream, is... Come on. Right there. Now, this is 5 times, right? Now, there's the one I... Oh, the same. Okay. Well, that was pretty interesting. So that's $500. I mean, because that's 5 accounts, but still, you know. Wow. I blew that one like a rookie. Son of a gun. Boy, I'm sure glad that the hedge didn't get triggered. Saved my bacon. Wow. I'll be right back. Let's see, music's going. I blew that out my ass. Oh, that was pretty funny. Not really, but. Where I'll be really pissed is if this takes off and goes zooming up through the IB high again. Of course. Isn't that how it always works? Like right now, for example. I mean, how do you figure that? You know? Ridiculous. Well, that would have been a pleasure, huh? I was just busy talking to Mr. Mute over here that how pissed I was going to be when this thing suddenly takes off and goes through the IB high. And no sooner did I say that than kazoom, up it goes. But these are deceptive for me, because here's the entry, right? At 98. Well, there's 10 points drawdown. And there we go. Well, there's the statistic. Yeah. But really, I don't know what to do anymore, frankly. Surely, of course, Iran Foreign Minister, the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding has never been closer. Great. I'm really happy that that's happening. And this guy's posting on X, for Christ's sake. But, you know, wouldn't it have been great to be on the right, be still in the trade? Now, 2030 in. Sure people are. I hope maybe you were. But I have no idea how to get ahead of that stuff. And even in the hedge, this would be a disaster, because you'd have to just immediately, when you saw the breaking, throw off the short leg and hope for the best. That's all I know to do. But yeah, nice. And I hope it's real. I hope this is not some kind of grandstand reality TV, you know, publicity stunt, but I don't think that it is. I think it seems pretty real. If the foreign minister of Iran is posting this stuff, I think it must be real. I hope. I guess I did get lucky to a certain degree that I didn't get pulled into the hedge over here. And I keep reminding myself that 4 or 5 months ago, there was no crisis in the Straits of Hormuz or with Iran or, there was the usual stuff going on with Hezbollah and Israel, but, that's been going for 40 years and Israel is still busy not being very nice to the Palestinians. Well, yeah, in this volatile markets with the price movement, exactly. You're exactly right. And of course, in hindsight, rearview mirror, I can say that, well, I took this trade. It didn't fire properly because I fat fingered the wrong key over here. So I took it off with a slight profit, but I was still convinced that we were between the, that we were going to go to the IB high per the statistics. So I got long over here. Of course, I didn't do any of that crap. And that's after I've seen this, what if the minister, Iran's foreign minister comes out and says, this is all bullshit. We never did any of that. Then this is going to be going the other direction. But, you know where I'm going. Hindsight, baby. What we need to do is stop this hedge crap and looking at heat maps and all these other things and figure out how to get paid for the rear view mirror trades. And the people actually have, and it's called subscriptions and paywalls. They sell courses, or they have a subscription, or you get to join my Discord, which is behind a paywall, and they're rear view mirroring, not trading live, rear view mirroring the whole day. And so that's how they're making money on it. That's how they monetize rear view mirror trading. This is another example of restricting. I actually have a range, an IB width filter on those strategies, because the typical idea is if you get long around the 50, your stop's at the other IB. Well, that's okay, but that's 65, 75, 85, 95 handles wide, That's a lot deeper pockets than I've got. That's Tom Hogarth deep. And then he'd be adding in, I'm adding to the FTSE, adding to the ES. He'd be adding all the way up here. Maybe 300 or 400% deep on his contracts up here at the top. Have a great one, man. Enjoy your son and your weekend and your family. That's your priorities. I admire your priorities. That's exactly the way it should be. Now Vance is joining the posting. Where did he come from? I guess he feels like he needs to be relevant. Well, welcome to the stream here. If you're new, drop something in the chat. You can see that it's fairly active, and it's the more the merrier. And this is my virtual trading journal, as you may or may not know, but it's certainly not my way or the highway. So the idea is a collaboration. The theory behind how this works is everything that I'm watching here on my trading screens is captured in the video, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at the minute. I take no trades, off the stream. All trades are anticipated, executed, and managed on the stream. Never will there be a replay or a video. It's all live, real time, and pretty thoroughly described, I think. And yeah, wouldn't I love to still be in the trade? Absolutely. But you got to be sure and you pay attention to the scale over here. For example, from here, well, there's the average. This is 10 points. That's a 10-point drawdown. That's what happens with Bookmap when it gets real wild. The scale gets out of whack. You know, if I want to keep this at 1 point like I normally have it, I can't, because it's off the bottom and off the top, and Bookmap doesn't like that. So it's hard for me to maintain rationality, or a sense of perspective on scale. And this was 100% news driven, out of no place, Truth Social, or X, I guess. This is based on a comment from the Iranian side, which is great. What are you going to do? You can't, you can't plan that stuff. And so I'm not worried about it. I did fumble this right here. I'm all busy looking at the prices, thinking about how I'm setting up the hedge, and I clicked the wrong damn button. I clicked a short instead of a long. Closed it immediately, and got long, and then got hit. The hedge got hit. So there's the average price. But it did, let me rephrase that. The ad was hit, but the hedge didn't execute, which is something we'll look into here in a little bit. A lot of action this morning, and it's only been an hour and a half. So, yeah. And it's, once again, it's just very interesting how we are taking these resting liquidities to the tick. Boom, boom, boom. And this has been going on for some days now. If you're following the stream at all, yeah. I mean, you can listen and know that. Gonna roll this weekend, over the weekend, so Monday or Sunday night when I come back up online for the Globex and the Globex version of the stream, it'll be the U contract. I think that's the next letter after M. So again, what's happened up here is this is copy trader on to 5 accounts. So and that was just basically a fumble. I closed this off when it went my way immediately because the hedge had not been activated. Had the hedge fired, I would have likely been involved in this, which would have presented me with a big problem as to what the hell to do with the short leg, which would have been the mini. When something like that happens, just got to close that out as fast as possible and hope it keeps running until it gets past scratch and into profitability. That's all I know to do. That side of the hedge theory is not clear to me yet. Now we're going to get 55 and pretty quick 60. Watch and see. See the liquidity up here? Absolutely where we're going. I have spoken. The boomer has spoken. Well, let's see what else is going on. Music is musicking, okay? Let's go look at our buddy over here for statistics-wise. The statistics guys. Well, we did just about everything that we were supposed to here. Look at there. Except this right here. We actually got to the 75% level. Didn't we? What the hell happened to the levels? Where'd they go? Where did my... they're there. Wow, that was weird. What the hell is going on? Well, something's up. Oh, I bet I know what it is. I bet this thing is on... No. It's on the RTH session. Okay, so that's right. I was going to say, I bet this thing, when it crashed, I bet it went back to full session, but it did not. So why are these levels... The hell is going on here? Why are these levels not where they belong? Oh man, this is such a drag. I don't know why it's doing any of this shit. Would you just work, you stupid damn thing? Boy, this is... I'm getting so fed up with this program, frankly. Wow. Pulling frickin' teeth. Okay. IB high, IB low, levels. Why aren't they where they belong? Now they are. Okay, that's better. Wow. I'm going, wait a minute, what the hell happened here? So we got below 50, not down to 75 yet. See? And so that falls right into line with our statistics. Basing on an entry after around or below the the 50% level. Retracement after the high was put in, we retraced to the 50, and there's the stats, and it didn't get to the 75, and then of course, you know, the war's going to happened, and that's anomaly. But that was the thinking and the method. That was the basis for my trade. It was as specifically as back tested and vetted here. Boom, boom. Now, what I have to do, I misspoke actually right there. This exact strategy is not vetted because For longs, the trading system triggers on the 25 zone with a stop below the 50. For shorts, it triggers at the 50, between the 50 and the 75, and the stop above. So now it is based very definitely on the statistics here and the probabilities as we have filtered them down, including the ending zone. But I can't say that I have over 150 trades. I have a win rate of this, and the application here does have that ability now, but it's an additional charge which is pretty steep for me at this point, because I want to make sure everything else is working before I get crazy. And what I mean by crazy is with the add-on charge to the normal subscription is just under $300 a month. That's pretty steep. And I understand the whole logic. Yeah, but you get the algos and you get all this back testing and you get all the Monte Carlo stuff, and all you have to do is make one trade a month, and that more than pays for it times 2. And that's exactly right. But I also want to be prudent, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's the wrong attitude. But you understand where I'm going. And I got nothing up here. I mean, I would have nothing in this situation. There's no vetted trade. There's no anything for me. And this is just like a news runner. And I don't have any real way to, something that I need to develop quickly are more strategies, and strategies which are not based on the IB high, for example. Because once we're past that, what are you going to do? What are you going to call? There's no setups. Now, the bar trade, which I've been trying to develop, the breakout and retest, that's anywhere. VPOC migrations are pretty much anywhere, though we have not had one all day yet. Yeah. Now, this would have been, and I didn't see this till right now. Here's the news. Back to the IB high. So this would qualify for an IB high continuation in my older system. Boom, and up you go. And I bet you there's people I bet you some of the guys in Static took that very trade. Down here, I'm doing the edgefill data, just as I've described, and I did that. I got no problem with it. You can't. This is not data driven. This is news. However, this pullback to the IB high, you would actually qualify for an IB continuation trade, and up for 25, 20, 30 handles. And I didn't see that till right now. So that's really stupid. Why didn't I see that? There it is. It's my fault. Yeah, that's an error on my fault, on my part. And that would have been at what time? So we'll call that, wow, that's only an hour and 40 minutes. So this structural trade is, Well, at least I got out of the blocks here and I got some trades off on the Lucid account, so that part of inactivity is taken care of. And it's positive, not by much, but hey, you know, $500 is $500. Now, as far as the normal, yeah, as as this strategy is coded, and which I can backtest and generate the real data, and I guess we can go through that since nothing else going on right now. The way I backtest these is very simple. Set up the backtest. 90 days, 50 days, 500 days, whatever. The instrument, the contracts, the period, the session, what reports I want done. Let's see what happens. Okay, then we run a back test. Boom. Now, it took 2 seconds for the computer to evaluate every one of these rules, every 2-minute bar. And why I've done it in 2 minutes, actually. And there were 61,464 bars, and it took it 2 seconds. There's a positive $1,791 profit. There was 52 trades, long, short, MFE, MAE, and this poor thing doesn't like this, but see if we can tough it out here. Of those 52 trades, 24 of them were winners. Average winners $156.30. There were 28 stops. Average stop is $69. There's a 2.23 risk to reward ratio, or profit factor. Consecutive winners 4, consecutive losers 5. Number 3, yeah, winners, losers. And then this is the breakdown of each of the 52 trades, exactly, specifically. And oh, of course not. Of course you won't. There you go. The date, the entry time, the entry name, the exits, the direction, the quantity, the instrument, price, total, and outcome. All 52 of them. You can go back and plot them all you want to, or look at them on the chart, or whatever you want to do. Now, let's, come on. God damn. So frustrating. This, yeah. Jesus. And here is the, this is the, equity curve. Doesn't seem like it did a very good job here. I can't get it to do anything, so. When it's not choking on data, this is pretty handy. This equity curve is goofy. I don't know why it's doing that. Obviously, there's a better equity curve. Well, anyway, you get the point. I hope. And then the way I'm able to, what I do after these back tests is, when I have that data, man, this son of a bitch is really irritating me a lot. Wow, so frustrating. Here is, I hope this works. Here are, every one of these lines is a complete back test, most of them over 500 days. Here's the setup, the contracts, did I trail, didn't I trail, what the setup was, the instrument, etc., etc., etc. And then, for example, here's 599 days, there's 442 trades, 199 winners, $1.30, 240 losers, average loser, scratch, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk to reward ratio, profit factor, and then it goes on. And that's how I get the data that I think I can lean on for a vetted trade. This is what's required to actually vet a trade, statistically. You don't take TradingView and scroll back a week and go, oh yeah, this is that, in my opinion. And a lot more data can come out of this, including Sharpe ratio and stuff like that. So that's how I do it. And I think that's the correct approach statistically. I think that is the accepted statistical methodology for vetting something. What's this now, you know? Who said what now? I don't know how I will, in this environment, I think better off to just go to bed, you know? I don't know. And IRT is now taken 6 forevers to do anything again. Boy, oh boy. A lot of data coming down the pipe. So far, we've got 1 million contracts traded, and it's 10 o'clock in the morning, 10:30 in the morning. Typically, 1.2 million, 1.3 million is an entire session. So there's that. Well, there you have it. I think I need a big old glass of green tea and something. I don't know. I'm sure glad it's Friday, though. No Globex tonight. That's this standing here for 16, 17 hours a day is starting to wear this old guy down. But it's really important. And my next step on the Globex analysis is going to be different instruments, as I was mentioning earlier today. I'm not disappointed with my performance here in that I recovered from fat finger stupidness pretty quick. And I identified quickly that the hedge hadn't been put on at the right moment. So I was not hedged, and I was long 10 micros, which is only 1 mini, don't forget, but with no hedge. So that theory was out the window. Had the hedge been activated, this pull down of 10 points would have just been normal. And then I would have had to figure out what to do here. When this blew past this thing, I would have had to just immediately close the short leg, and then all of the long would have filled in. But that's, this is a really atypical price action. So I've not had that before. First of all, I didn't, and here's another problem. I was only filled 7 contracts. Didn't get all 10. So had the hedge filled, I would have been under hedged because I would have more on the short side than the long side. The hedge works when there's 10 minis, one direction, And our micros one direction and one mini the other direction. That's the theory behind it. I don't know. I might need to figure out a different approach or something. I don't know. I have. Yeah, we'll see. And here we come back down to the IB high. I don't think at this point in time with the news that's going on, I am safely say I don't know what to tell you to think. And this is, you know, it's not like we just had a little pop and we're pulling back. This is 30 handles here. You got to remember that the range has expanded a lot. So this is a 30 handle move. Doesn't that discount the IB high anymore? Probably. I tend to think of these anomalous movements in the price on news or whatever else, and then revisits like this kind of one and done deal on the IB. You know, this is very definitely an IB test. Is it going to be an IB continuation? They're going to go back up? I'm not sure, and I don't know why. Now I don't know of any way to look at that statistic on the Edsville data analysis that I can think of. Excuse me. Well, here we have the day on TradingView, which is kind of fun. Sure is convenient to zoom around and look at stuff, I'll tell you that. The IB, continuation candle, so the bias was actually short. The ending zone was here in the, oh, I don't have the ending zone right. Oh, yes, I do. It's 24 to 50 because the IB high was put in first. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. See this right here? That's a new IB high. So the IB low was put in first. Low first. There you go. I'm right. And therefore, this is 0 to 24, 24 to 50, and that's where the closing candle or ending zone probability is. Then we had the breakout. Then we had the retest. And of course, we had the news bump. Now price is kind of back to where it was. I have no idea just watch. What else could you do? This is moving, so I guess you could call that an IB continuation. Didn't fail, and they're going to go back up. And again with the scale throwing me off. I'm not thinking this is much of a pop. That's 10 handles, essentially. I'm always taken back in these situations because what have we got here? Well, we have lower highs and lower lows. So it's a downtrend in this time frame. Actually, so there's the open. Right? Yeah, there's the open. So we're just almost right back on the open. Essentially, we've just got a whole lot of no place today so far. So there's really no direction in this session so far. Yeah. Speculations, just rotation. With a little disruption from the news story. So there we go. Now I'm kind of concerned about what I'm going to be really interested to watch the replay and see what or why, where the hell it even went. Oh yeah, we're way over here. Why that didn't trigger. Well, because it got to within 1 tick of it is why. And I took it off right here, which I'm glad of. Well, I guess I am. Yes, I definitely am, because I was flat on the longs up here, so I certainly wouldn't want to be in the short. It would be nice if this could all be like the multi-brackets are, you know, where it's a one-click deal and everybody goes in at the right place and much more easily managed than this. Be really convenient for me, more convenient for me. And I'm a lazy fart, so, you know, I like convenient. Ooh, look at us go. Wow. So much for my IB continuation. While I'm busy looking at that thing, we've dropped another 10 handles, 20. Now 10. Back to the scene of the crime, maybe. These early morning calls for Tam are, you know, I've been at this for 7 hours already. Like I'm ready for bed. It's like, when's dinner ready? This is actually, as much as I dislike that early part, this is actually the best workaround schedule for the stream here and for trading, because, you know, I've got her off and delivered by 6, and I'm back by, say, 5:30. So, and then I've got the entire morning until 1:30 or so to uninterrupted. So we'll see how our schedule works out. So now would we be looking for an IB failure? I don't think the statistics, as far as I'm aware, and as far as I thinking about it, I don't feel that the statistics have any relevance after the first are over, you know, after the first instances are over. For example, I don't think there's any relevance on the statistic about the 50 or the 25 zone and the IB again or any of that stuff. to do with the edgeful statistics, because the relevance is over with. The criteria to start out with is the first break and the retest, not the first break and the retest, not the third 50th break halfway down the day. From a point of view of IB continuation and IB failure, you could make a case for this as an IB failure, but just as easily you could have made a case for this as an IB continuation. That's the problem. I think that the overall context, lower lows and lower highs, make it more plausible to me that you trade the IB failure with a short here. But that's just me, and I'm not going to do that now. I'm bumping up on 11 o'clock, and I got to get something to eat and whatnot. If you understand what I'm saying, if any of that makes sense, I hope so. This is the hedge instrument. That's why it's over here and set up. And I think I'll disconnect those actually, because I don't see me taking a trade now with the hedge system. Well, I keep getting betrayed by the scale, right? The IB failure. That's 8 handles. There's 10 handles. Well, hell. That's great profit. I mean, that's a good trade. That is the maximum double TP, double take profit targets on my usual traditional risk neutral multi-bracket trade is 48 ticks on the T2 and 12 ticks on the T1, so 60 ticks, 12 points. And that's what we're doing here. That's what this is. And the thing about a trade like this, now I'm not talking about the hedge or anything else, but this can be an asymmetric trade location, absolutely. Meaning, you enter right there short. You know you're wrong, assumingly, you can. You could correctly assume you were wrong 2 ticks above it. So you're risking 2 ticks to make 60. Or 2 points, whatever. You get the point. Asymmetric. The whole thinking there is that there's an asymmetric relationship, risk to reward, with the vast skew to the reward. And this keeps going. And going and going. Now it's 20 points. I just have to become less conservative here and trade them. I'm seeing them, I'm calling them, I'm talking about them here on the stream, and I'm not putting on the trade. That's mega stupid. Look at this damn thing go. Right back to the scene of the crime. You watch and see. It's going to get right back down here to the close. Yesterday's close, and that's the scene of the crime for this news thing. And that's the kind of trades I need. Instead of this $100 thing, that ought to be about $600. What is this? Why? Okay. So let's see here now. Is everything else going all right? Welcome to the stream if you're new. Contribute there in the chat. Say hi. Where are you? This is cool. This is stupid. Am I crazy? What's going on? It's Friday. TGIF, baby. I'm tired. I'm ready for Friday. Stressful week. And I've been here 7 hours already. Been at it 7 hours, let's put it that way. Not here, but yeah, right back down to this consolidation that we had going on here. Both of the POCs are right on top of each other, which is interesting. There's an old technique, or I should say way of looking at statistics, that I picked up from Murad Askar, who is better known as FT71, a long time ago, 11 or 12 years ago. And it goes like this. The standard, this is the probability of a single or double or no breakout of the initial balance, either side. And this is filtered by day of the week because that's pretty important. 92% probability in this session, this instrument, looking back 6 months. There's a 92% probability that we'll break of a single breakout. Double breakout is 8%. No breakout is 0. So what his rationale was, if price gets down here between the 75 and the IB low, since we've already taken the IB once or twice, this is a statistic you could lean on to go long for a mean reversion, because there's only an 8% probability that they're going to take that we're going to take this IB low. where you draw that line as far as to how close you get to that, that's a whole other story. But that was his theory was, well, you can't really trade the initial balance because we didn't have this data where it was broken down to, whether it's a high, whether it's a low, whether it's days, all that stuff. He had downloaded a bunch of data from IRT and was doing this exercise on a webinar on Big Mike using Excel. So rudimentary. The theory was, well, if you're over here, you can't really trade for the initial balance breakout because it could be the one. Now we have taken, it's quite a bit more refined now in terms of data, but he said, I don't think that's a tradable statistic. However, he said, how about the probability of taking both out? Now that's the statistic you can lean on. And a quote, that's his quote. So in other words, if you get down here somewhere, you got a 92% probability that you're not going to take the IB low. Not sure I would lean on that, but let's look back some more days. Let's look back 2 years and see what happens. Okay, now it changes. Looking back 2 years. No break is 22% probability you get them both, and 76% you get one of them. So that's the difference in the data. And I'm not saying anything, just pointing something out. Now I think I'm going to step away, have something to eat, take a shower, put some medicine in my eyes. Got the music going. There's the book map. There's our old friend IRT. What's happening with trading over here? Anything? I'm pretty sure not. Oh, look at here. Yes, we did. We got one. Okay. How did this work? Well, there's the B, which is the breakout. That's the first signal. Then we had the pullback to the 25. Remember, I told you that the from the top side, the pullback from the breakout. Edgefield calls the IB high this a breakout, and they call this a breakdown. So if the single break is the IB high, I have this code set up to trigger when we retest between the 25 and the 50, which we did here. Then there's a stop below the 50. And then there are the targets up here. Now, so far, we got there. Now we're in a drawdown. Remember that this is just forward testing this strategy in the IRT simulated environment. No harm, no foul, money-wise. And this is done something over here that doesn't look very good. Okay. So this system has broken out, come back, and now it's gone long and stopped, because once T1 is achieved, stop trails to break it to entry. So T1, so this made 12 ticks. This is the old-fashioned, my first strategy, the first coded strategy that I could backtest using fixed zones. See if there's any surprise sneakiness coming at us over here. Well, the latest was Vance. Oh boy. Options on SpaceX trading Tuesday. SpaceX opens. There you go. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for them. I'm not sure what Trump's up to. He's up to some skullduggery this weekend, I think, and then he's going to go over and insult people to the G7, I guess. I don't know what that's up with that guy. Wow. And Vance drops out of the sky with some comments all about this more. I think that's the first time I've heard him do anything in months, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, I'm stepping away for a bit. Okay. Yeah, remember that this is the open, so we are just rotational here. There was that news blurb, but that's a good, just, bide your time. What can I say? I'll be back to Flash.
what to say, you know. Right, back and forth over the open like a homing pigeon there. Well, I'm going to keep forgetting to type. I'm back here, but anyway, I'm going to be leaving at the bottom of the hour to go pick up our daughter. Then I'll be back as quick as I can after that for the closing. Well, this is quite a day, huh? And here we, an hour and a half ago or something, and here we are at this consolidation on the open. Where are we again? On the open. I think the entire world is busy, maybe preoccupied with the fanfare of the IPO, but more importantly, the Iranian deal. These days of pure speculation are always interesting for me. Absolutely no declaration or indication about market or the value of the S&P or anything else. Is 100% speculation. Down, this is the RN thing, maybe not, maybe we will. Here we are, right back where they started. No opinion at all on value, which is okie dokie. in a few minutes at the bottom of the hour, and then I'll be back quickly as I can. The school, well, actually, it's the work run now. If I don't, thanks a lot for coming by the stream. Remember that it's every trading day. Globex is now Sunday through Thursday at 1700. And then the regular RTH stream is every trading day, Monday through Friday at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500. Globex stream is a shortened version. It's just 1700 to about 2030. So I'll be back directly. All right, back, and just in time for the world famous, didn't go anywhere, a world famous market wrap up, huh? Yeah, this schedule is pretty weird. Let's see, I have to see how this goes. But, okay, so we went no place in a big hurry. There's the open, and here we are on the open. This was the news for Iran, and let's hope it's real. They're very definite, sincerely. Here was my trade for the day. IRT. What that's doing like that, I don't know, but that's not good. Also be known, be sure to know that rollover, I will roll to the U contract on Sunday evening, and this starting Sunday night with the Globex, and the session prices for Monday will be rolled to the U contract. Yeah, so there we are. What happened with our trades? Come on, hello. Well, this poor thing just can't keep up. 41 second lag, Jesus. I don't really know the problem. But I'm gonna put a ticket in for it, I guess. Yeah. Here's the trade. Positive 19 ticks, so there we go. If I can see that right down here, so that would be times 2, because it's a 2 lot, so 38 ticks. Can't deal with this. So let's forget about this crap and move on to what we need to look at for next week. Next week, Monday, fun day, Empire State Manufacturing, production, no 3-star. Oh, yes. Nope, that's Japan. Okay. Tuesday. Housing starts, export prices, retail sales. Okay, so Wednesday we're going to have retail sales and core retail sales at 7:30. That's the first set of 3 stars we're running into. And we got the FOMC statement. So, and the rate decision. Well, this is Mr. Fancy Boy, Kevin Boy's first meeting. Let's see what Kevin does with the rates. Let's see how he responds to and how independent the new Fed is really going to be. That's going to be a huge eye-opener for a lot of people. So, the first real day we need to worry about anything is Wednesday. In terms of reports, this is investing.com. It is my original go-to because I like the way I like the presentation for screen snapping and pasting into Discord or wherever, and the fact that it is traditional economic news, Michigan, Fed rate, CDP, no press conference or stuff like that. You can filter for whatever you want. Financial Juice, on the other hand, does pull these random things like press conference or something that's non-traditionally revenue number, but events that we have all come to recognize recently has a huge potential for risk to the auction. And so I appreciate that, because our mission nowadays as traders is to preserve your account first and foremost. And then you do that, the fundamental way to do that is risk management. So if you don't know about a risk, you can't manage it or mitigate it. There you go. The right side over here is a squawk box, and this is where we're going to see it's been a continual stream all day. Continual. And good. But this is where we're going to get the market on close imbalance. It's important to recognize statements like this because, remember, there was no crisis in the Straits of Hormuz 4 months ago. There was no attacking the UAE countries. There was the usual Hamas Israel story that's been going on for 40 years. But now we have problems that need to be ironed out. So let's hope that they get ironed out properly. It's a shame we're at where we are, but that's the fact. So here we go. So there you go. Remember, there's going to be a rollover on this weekend. And I will be up with the Globex stream at 1700 on Sunday night. The usual RTH, this stream will continue every trading day, Monday through Friday, at 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. And we'll see if we can get these knocked out and consistent profitability on a daily basis. And that market on close is every day at 1450, by the way. Well, it's Friday and I'm happy about that. Been a hectic week. And something that you need to be aware of, I don't know who might be listening here or whatever, but it's real important that y'all realize the most critical piece of equipment in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And you need to think about that. It's really important. We spend so much time and money and thought, investigation, Googling monitors and refresh rate and indicators and software and all these kind of things. And just think about it for a minute. Your eyes take in all that data. Your brain processes that data. And you use that information to make financial decisions for you and your family. You need to really focus more concentration on you than any of the other stuff. Be well rested, be well hydrated. Make sure, if you're on emotional tilt for some reason, don't trade. Exercise frequently and on schedule so that you're as fit as you can be for whoever you are, but you need to do that. And if you don't think that I'm right, here's what you do. Monday morning or Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, whichever, if you trade Sundays with me, Globex or Monday morning, just before the open, have everything set up, get all your computers, get your mouse, get your coffee, get all ready to go. And then just before the bell, close your eyes and tell me how the trade goes for you for 5 minutes. And tell me how your trading goes. It's that simple. You need to be damn sure you understand the importance of you, and you need to take as good a care of yourself as you can. Rest your eyes periodically throughout the day. Get away from the screens. Go outside and get some natural light. Exercise. Get some fresh air. That's really, really important. And we're going to have the market on close in about a minute and a half here. And then we'll take it into the session close at 1500. Remember rollover next week. And Wednesday's going to be a real big day. And there's our market on close imbalance. Not much movement. And I don't suspect there's going to be a big market on close imbalance when we see the print over here, but let's watch for it. Hello? Where are you? There we go. Well, I see what I know. 1,313,000,000 buy-side imbalance S&Ps, 383 million buy-side NASDAQ, 805 million buy-side Dow, and 411 million buy-side Mag 7. So there you go. Shows you what I know. There we have it. So that's the last piece of news we're going to get and pay attention to today. Obviously, the market will continue to trade until 1600, but the cash closes at 15 here, and that's when I'm going to wind down the stream. Let's see, what else is there to say or do or think here? I really appreciate anybody that watches the video here or comes by the stream. That's really that's an honor. Like and subscribe, that's super. Contribute to the chat as always.